the temperature been to your liking. Okay. The air conditioner, this thing works really good. We are doing a live stream right now, starting the live stream, and here's why. A storm has developed just a little bit south of the Red River. Right now the storm is near Chillicothe, Texas, and it's going to be northwest of Vernon, Texas, moving to the northeast. So what has happened, and quickly, I'm telling you what, the storm completely just blew up fast. And it shot up to 2-inch hail really fast. Right now it's kind of backed off a little bit to about ping pong ball size hail, maybe 2 inches on the north split. So the storm has split. The left mover is going to be moving towards Olustee and maybe Elmer, and it's going to have hail with it, possibly up to 2 inch. The right mover is going to be moving more towards Tipton and Frederick. So it's just now split. So we'll just have to see what happens. But it is severe warned at this point. Severe warning on it for hail at the moment. So we're going to watch it for any signs of further development, because there is a tornado watch and conditions are definitely favorable for the possibility of tornadoes today and tonight. This is the first storm to go up here in this area, and we're going to watch it close. We might just want to pull off up here and get a shot, because he might come to us. Do you think David's going to want to come to us on this? Because if so, we're going to pull off and get a steady shot. Do you think David's going to want to come to us? We have the storm in our view here. If he does, we'll stop and pull off and get a steady shot. Alright. Okay, got it. Like strong tornado type warning? Good grief, man.
What was that?
So, Brandon's saying that the MCD that came out has real strong wording on it.
Is it a new one? Or
Yeah,
the
that,
one
little,
earlier?
that one I was telling you about, like, just for this area.
What, was that the one I showed you earlier?
No.
I'm going to pull that up real quick. Okay, so there is a tornado watch that does go all the way up to Stillwater, includes Ada, Ardmore, it includes all of Greer County up through Elk City, and pretty much to Sealing on the west side, and it extends down into Texas. There is an MCD for an area from Hobart to Altus to Vernon to Kroll, Texas.
I just lost audio. Are we still on?
And that area has a new mesoscale out.
So I hung up and called back. I just want to make sure I'm still connected. We just lost audio.
So they are talking about this particular area supporting strong, intense tornado threat.
Okay, he's going to come to this.
So I think I have the camera on the north split. Is
Yeah,
that
I'm going to leave right there for a second.
all right? That's the north split.
Yeah, so what you're looking at right there in that shot, David, is the left split. This storm split a little bit earlier, and I'm going to pan the camera to the right here, and I want to show you the right mover, and that's the right mover right there. And if you can look real close on the left-hand side, that is the base of the storm. It's a little bit on the high side, but man, I tell you what, David, this storm blew up very, very fast. We're going to watch it close. Back to you.
So it does have a little bit of a lowering under the base there, you can tell. You can see the
Zoom back up again. He's talking about it.
zoom up.
A little. Look at that.
Yeah.
Let's see where we can go here. It's coming right at us.
I need to switch to ND1. Okay.
Yeah, that is a little better.
Is it? Okay.
Maybe. Let me.
It's still.
It's fine. That
fine.
is better. That is better.
Okay.
Try 0 and see what happens. No, it's 1. You're right.
Okay.
You're so.
Well, it's flashing, that's why.
The camera's right.
So that left split is moving on. So on the left-hand side of the screen, you can see kind of those mid-level inflow bands. It's pulling in moisture from the southeast.
It does got a lowering right there. Walk line lowering.
See, I'm going to pull up Mesonet. If you live in southwest Oklahoma, you're not really used to having dew points this high. It feels really humid. I'm going to see exactly where the dry line is. I'm going to turn our audio up a little bit. I don't want it to be too hot, but...
That lowering is getting more pronounced.
Okay. You guys chime in and let me know what the audio sounds like. Hopefully it's good.
I don't know how muddy the dirt roads might be here, but I'm really thinking about... look at that.
Okay, so
I'm going to get closer to it somehow. Okay. So I know there's a river over here.
So we are getting a more pronounced lowering underneath that, so we're going to get a little bit closer. Thank you, Chris Thompson, for the super chat. Alright, thanks for the feedback on the audio. When it starts to hail and rain really heavy, sometimes you get a lot of noise from the windshield. We're going to try to talk loud.
There's somebody jogging.
Oh.
Does not look good. Let's go to the next one.
Okay.
Now he's a storm chaser.
Oh, okay. It's like, I don't think he's just running.
He doesn't look like a farmer to me.
Right. Alright, so current location, we are in southern Oklahoma, southwest, south of Hedrick, south of Tipton, and north of Davidson. So we are looking at that cell. Look at radar, you can see it.
More pronounced.
Right now, this is the only severe storm in Oklahoma. Pretty much the only storm in the state altogether. It is crossing the river right now. Lightning's increasing. So the cell to the north is what we would call a left split. And basically, they produce a lot of hail, but rarely do they produce tornadoes.
This is a much better.
So we're looking at a storm that is what we would call the right mover from the split.
And this road is dry, and we are happy.
So Tlaquepaque, they had golf balls.
Oh, reported?
Yes.
Okay, awesome.
Alright, so I'm going to zoom up. Really nice structure on this storm, but I'm going to zoom up so that you can get a good clear shot of the updraft base, and if there is a tornado, it's going to develop in this area. We're really seeing those streaming inflow bands from the east-southeast feeding into this. Right now, Hollis is 83/70. Southwest Oklahoma rarely sees those 70 dew points, so definitely feels stormy outside if you live down here, for sure.
This is a no-go on that road.
Okay, Altus is 80/70. So, amazing enough, the dry line has kind of backed up a little bit. It was in the state a little bit earlier, but those dew points have flooded back into southwest Oklahoma.
I'm going to put the defroster on.
Okay. Really incredible backed winds near Tipton. And when we say backed winds, that's just very conducive for the low-level rotation, the helicity. And so that's what we're seeing with this storm is, wow, just incredible rotation there. I mean, you can just tell in the mid-levels. We're not underneath the base, so we can't see that low-level rotation yet, but that updraft base definitely has, you know, a circular appearance.
Look at that second base, that second lowering right there. That's trying to figure something.
So it's right in the blind spot, but we'll be turning here in a second.
Yeah, we'll be turning if the road's not flooded. That road that we tried to go straight west on was flooded. About a quarter of a mile down, so we had to go south.
They had a lot of rain down here a couple days ago, so over the weekend, so it's just really wet already. Alright, there we go. So that's going to be the base. It's in the rain-free area. It has definitely more of a pronounced lowering in the middle. And again, we are just a few miles from the Red River. Let's see what this road is. So we're southwest of Burt, south of Hedrick, south of Tipton, that area, very close to the Red River as this crosses into Oklahoma. Can you hit your wipers?
Yeah. So this storm continues to look stronger and stronger to me. The base is taking on more of a shape and a form that looks like it could potentially develop some low-level rotation if it doesn't already. We're not close enough to see if it's rotating, but boy, I would say that it could happen at any minute. Matter of fact, look at that. Something showing up there. This might be the end of the road here. We'll see. I'm going to stop and get us a shot of this real quick since we're closer.
So
the road's getting muddier.
Another point of reference would be Frederick, which is just to our east, northeast, just barely to our east. So those of you that live in Frederick, Manitou, over to Hollister.
I'm going to get out and clean the windshield.
Okay. You definitely need to watch this storm because the tornado potential is there. Right now, our surface winds are not really strong, but there is, you know, obviously inflow, really high dew points. Dry line is backed up west of the border. Good old Windex.
You got it?
Randy Hayes, wow, thank you for the super chat. I just learned what super chats are. Thank you so much. And every bit that you guys send goes directly into our storm chasing fund, so it allows us to do what we're doing. Okay.
Right there.
We're definitely seeing some rising scud up underneath that.
Check out that shot.
Definitely see some motion developing.
So the base continues to look better and better here. What you're looking at there, and we're not close enough to really to see rotation, but I guarantee it is. There's enough movement, we can at least see movement from this distance, that there's definitely some movement. Most likely it's rotating as well.
So yeah, to answer your question, this storm has split. We did have view of the north split, which is more just south of Alta, so lusty. It's moving on to the northwest. That's kind of how they behave. They just produce a lot of hail, not so much a tornado threat. What you're looking at right now in our shot is going to be what we call the right mover, the right split. And this is the one that typically just anchors itself. It really takes on an appearance of a supercell, and that's what it's done. You can really see the incredible structure. What we're looking at right there is the lowered base, or what you would call a wall cloud, that has developed, and it's in the rain-free base. And we see a little bit of movement from time to time, a little bit of rising scud, which is just air being drawn up from the ground up into the storm. And what that is basically just the storm ingesting all that low-level moisture, and that's what makes it strong. Right now, looking at mesoscale, 5,000 Cape nosing up into the storm, which that is very significant. It has a lot of instability to work with, which is probably why the Weather Service issued that latest MCD indicating that larger, more intense tornadoes are possible with this storm and any others that might develop.
See this area right here closer to this? Mm-hmm. It's a little bit higher looking base and a little closer.
Yeah, it's almost
thinking like maybe it's going to transition up to that.
Yeah, it looks like the lowered base we see there lost a little bit of oomph to it.
It might be it detaching or something.
Yeah.
Very possible.
Let me look at radar. What is it doing? You know, the models really kind of indicated that it might just continue a split, which I think it has done. The latest scan looks like it has split a second time.
Okay, cool.
So it'll be kind of interesting to see what happens here. It's definitely in the development stages, so it's going to change, and so.
Okay, that's definitely good to know that. The lowerings there that you're seeing, they kind of almost look like they're trying to detach a little bit. It almost looks like to me maybe the base is trying to transition a little bit further to the east northeast from that. Okay.
And one thing to note, I'm looking at the 2-hour.
Brandon, if you're listening, or Tom also, just beware. You get off on some dirt roads out here. We've run into a couple of flooded roads that we had to turn around on.
So the effective shear in 2 hours goes from about 200 to 400 to 500.
Wow. Yeah, we don't want it to be too late. Dimes on the north side of Altus, reported by Tom.
All right, that's going to be the left split.
Okay, guys, listen up close. This storm is strengthening. I just got a report from Justin, and I think Amy confirms that looking at radar. right now that RFD, there's kind of an RFD surge coming around the southwest side. It looks like that there is mid-level rotation, a couple of scans up in the storm, and it looks like it's increasing, and it's going to be this area that we're looking at right there, the center of the shot. That's kind of the area that appears to be getting a little bit stronger here. So the storm is definitely strengthening. It's not strengthening extremely rapidly, but it's steadily getting stronger at this point. It should be, as the evening progresses, the low-level jets should be increasing, which would increase the low-level shear, moving into probably a little bit deeper moisture as it goes further east. So the tornado parameters probably will be increasing throughout the evening here. So if you live in any of these towns that are to the northeast of here, like say Hedrick or Tipton, it might end up going south. I don't know. We'll have to see. Tipton, Hedrick, you guys are going to be the closest ones here. And we'll need to closely watch it.
So we're just west-southwest of Hedrick, looking at this.
It is moving.
It is, yeah.
And here's what I'm thinking at the moment. That we might move a little bit. Nothing's happening at the moment, so it's a good time to move. We'll go back to the east and north.
Yeah, you think that got undercut? Is that what you were saying about RFD?
No, I just think that there's an RFD surge. He was saying that he's noticing what looks like an RFD surge coming around on the southwest side, which will act probably to intensify it here in just a minute. But, the base is still kind of high, I guess, for it to be interacting with RFD. So we'll watch it, we'll see. But I think we ought to go up here and then go north. 1 mile in the north. My OHP friend says stay off any dirt road in Tillman County, which I think we're in Tillman County. We're on dirt road, but yes, it is. We've run into a couple flooded ones. Stop and turn around right here before we go north, just to get a shot. Okay, here we go. Get a shot real quick. There's the storm. That's what it looks like. Watching this area right up in here. Wow. Alright, now we need to keep moving. The storm is not moving as slow as it looked at first.
Yeah, it really transitioned up to the northeast.
I'd rather stay a few miles ahead of it and get behind it on this one. Developing an inflow band up here on the northeast side.
Our current location is 6 miles west of Hedrick and 2 miles south of Highway 5.
Still moving northeast. I think we take the east road.
Seeing some quarter-size hail up with the left split.
Okay. that area back there?
Yeah, lowering a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, it definitely went through a cycle.
Yep, yeah, I can now. Yeah, takes me a second to put it. Go ahead. Nope. It's the last mover. Yeah, and it's on the red now. I mean, you probably better bust to get ahead of it because it's moving on. Sounds good. Okay, see ya.
Alright, we're now on Highway 5 miles west of Hedrick, looking west.
What do you think about this storm? It's kind of trying to organize, isn't it?
Yeah, something definitely happened to it. It was pretty strong, and then yeah, I don't know.
Cycling, that's what it's doing.
It's cycling, yeah.
Yeah. Alright, he's doing a cut in. It looks like a little dry slot and a clear slot. He's coming. Leave this shot. That's a great shot.
Okay. Yeah, it does look like a clear slot.
That's a clear slot. Okay. Just a shot. We're good. He's off. I don't know if you noticed in our shot, Justin and David, but there's it kind of resembles a little bit of a clear slot right on the back end of this storm here. I mean, there's nothing crazy going on with it. Yeah, it's cycling. That's what we're thinking. It's actually giving Brandon time to get here. part of the updraft, you see above it is definitely an updraft. That part's kind of strengthening. You know?
Yeah.
You see further back? See that new storm further back right there?
I do see that, yeah.
Tom's got a... Where are you, Tom? Okay, cool. So Tom is reporting golf balls on the road just south of Blair. So golf balls on the road, not real literal golf balls, but golf ball size hail, on the road just south of Blair. Alright, I think we ought to keep moving. Other ones back here?
I do see those, yeah.
Do you think those ones, they're stronger?
It'll be a while.
Yeah. 2-inch hail in Blair.
Wow.
So getting that, so Tom is reporting 2-inch hail on the ground in Blair. Pay attention to the storms back to your southwest. Paved road right here. Good to know if we need it.
So this part, it's like it ran off and left it. It's kind of what it did before.
Boy, it did. Man. We gotta keep on going. I mean, we might have to turn around and come back to the southwest if one of those gets cranking. But right now.
Yeah, so that's like the second time it's ran off and left its updraft.
It is.
Really strange.
It's like almost like maybe there's a lot more shear than there is instability.
Okay, yeah.
Doppler on wheels right there. zoom up on that real quick and show you the Doppler on wheels from severe storm NSSL. They're doing scans, it looks like, possibly right now. I get the same response. That happened to me earlier, 30 minutes ago, but, Yes.
The storm is still severe,
Okay.
but it is just kind of struggling at the moment.
Well, it's a far cry from what it was earlier. Okay, that's good to know. It's been looking like it's been weakening to us, for the past 15 or 20 minutes.
It's crazy.
But it's also moving on pretty fast, too.
Tipton and Granfield have a 71 dew point. I just think it's just not really tapping into that low level moisture yet.
Okay, I hope so. Was that Tom? Tom, did you see baseballs at Blair? Yeah, I don't blame you.
So it's in about 4,500 Cape right now.
if you're in Blair and you're listening or watching our live stream right now, let us know what kind of hail you got, because we're hearing reports that there was probably tennis balls in Blair. Tom has seen 2-inch hail, but we've seen pictures or heard of pictures of bigger than that of tennis balls in Blair. So that's big hail with that left mover right there. Alright, so here's the storm. It's straight north of us. I mean, it's moving on. You know, Brandon, you gotta know that the storm should be moving into deeper moisture, and also low-level jet should be increasing as the evening moves on. Also, there's other storms to the southwest too.
it's not too far. I mean, might be 5 or 6 miles.
Let's tape the other one.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's moving pretty fast.
And I'm not certain we're going to have a north road, so we better go north.
Yeah, and I'm not sure how well those roads are east. So we're going to be going for a little bit. We're on 183. Then make it to Highway 62. El Dorado. And so if that develops into something, it's a much higher peak in that area. Yeah, we can see them from here trying to go up. 72 dew point now at Tiffin and Altus. That 1 degree difference.
We decided to turn around and go back towards that coming up. Thinking that might be a good decision. The storm's weakening. Okay, we'll do it. Thank you. MCD out down here.
Okay.
Probably for that storm.
Yeah.
they've got us headed to the El Dorado storm right now, but that one to the southwest looks better to me. That must be in a better environment down there or something, because it's a lot more robust than all these things up here. I mean, the hail's really going up. Okay, let's think about this before we commit. So, is that it right there?
Right over here. Or at least this is the one in Oklahoma. Alright, well, we're transitioning to a different location. We're giving shout out. So, shout out to Jack. Hey Jack, how's it going? Everybody wants to shout out.
I think it moved out of the instability.
So, what's the movement on that? The one in Texas? Alright, so this one is increasing quite a bit, Val. The one to our west.
The El Dorado one?
Yeah.
Did it update?
It's, it looks kind of strange.
Yeah.
So I don't really know what it's doing, but this storm coming out of Texas, moving up towards Kroll, has 1.25 inch hail, and it's definitely in that narrow area of instability there.
Yeah.
If it turns right too hard, it's going to move out of it.
So let's see.
But we're getting pretty close.
It ought to be to the Red River in 45 minutes.
Yeah, we're getting pretty close to where that low-level jet's going to increase.
I guess we ought to go west here.
Yeah, I agree. So, our current location, we're right near Manitou. We're going to try to get west. Check out these storms further west.
looks a lot better visually than it does on radar, I'll just say that. Can't see the base, but we can see the back end of the aircraft at the top, and it's gone up there pretty high. Because it's right up near the dry line. It's in the good instability, right? Yeah. It's got a little bit of rain cool there, which would act to lower the bases, lower LCLs. I mean, there's still good instability, cold air aloft here. Might limit the cape a little bit from the rain cool here, though. Live stream, here's what we're doing. See that storm? That's a pretty good shot. Amy has framed up right there of it. And that is going to be to the west of us near El Dorado in Oklahoma, just north of the Red River. We're headed towards that storm. It does have a severe warning, looks like. Hail size has went up to 1.5. So the storm is increasing. Now it's anyone's guess what's going to happen with it. Last storm strengthened and then weakened. Now it's gone. One to our east. They can pulled away from the convergence along the dry line and out of the better instability. He's coming on.
So current location, we're west of Manitou, looking west. It's also going to be south of Hedrick and northwest of Frederick.
also back building, if you notice that.
Yeah. So just to update, the storm north of Hobart continues to weaken. That's the left mover of that original cell, and it's weakening. It did produce quite a bit of hail, especially near Blair. There were some tennis balls there. The main cell is now weakened and is no longer severe, just a little bit of showers, kind of just west of Medicine Park. So nothing else to be concerned about in the state except what we're looking at right now. Extreme southwest Oklahoma near El Dorado up through Olustee. They just went severe on that. Look at that tail end Charlie, Val.
Yeah.
This is going to be just west of Quanah. We believe those first storms just moved out of instability. When we first jumped on the storm, it had a nice wall cloud with it. It was, very impressive structure-wise. But it weakened. That's a good thing. So no threat there. The National Weather Service does have a tornado watch out till 11 p.m. So conditions are favorable in kind of a narrow corridor where the instability remains high, and the instability is supposed to continue for a while. And then, of course, we have the low-level jet that happens usually from now moving forward. So the next couple of hours will really tell what's going to happen with all this. But the one down by Kroll is showing golf ball size hail indicated on radar. It's kind of, I wonder, it's because that one's moving like almost north.
Which one?
The Kroll storm.
It was or is?
It is, yeah.
Yeah, that's weird.
Unless it's just... I'm just wondering if it was originally a left split, the way it's moving.
Water in the ditch right there. Yeah, dirt roads tonight are going to be not fun. Probably going to have to stay off.
Yeah, I don't know what to think about that Kroll storm.
Right, it's a blob.
I wonder if it's a left mover, just the way it's behaving.
It's 2-inch hail.
But yeah, the storm just northwest of Quanah and the one just southwest of El Dorado.
If you watch it, you put that in motion, it almost curves left a little bit.
Yeah, it does. I just think early on, I think it probably split from that, yeah. And what's interesting about that is the right mover on that one weakened as well.
Oh, it died?
Yeah. Yeah. So, showing possible golf balls indicated on radar.
Which one?
El Dorado and, the El Dorado storm, for sure. Let's see. Yeah, we're just west of Tipton. Still westbound. Highway 5.
See a base back in there.
Yeah.
one, but it's a ways away, but it's got a decent looking base on it.
Alright, we're just east of Elmer now.
I'll say this, as closer I get to it, the overall base on this storm is lower than the previous storm that we were on. Chocolate bar that I sat down in my center console and it's melted now and I wanted to eat it. Get the towel out of the water bucket. Go left here.
Right. It's 283. I knew they had a moderate
Look
risk.
at the scud develop. That thing's developing a lowering. So we're coming into Elmer right now, and looking straight west, we had scud develop beneath the base here. Now the scud is forming itself into a lowering.
Just a reference, Elmer is straight south of Altus.
You know, you see that lowering right there that looks really suspect?
Yeah.
It was real fragmented when it formed. Not certain it's legitimately rotating or anything. We've got to get closer to it to really see.
Yeah. A lot of people are going to see that from a distance and think it's a funnel.
Yeah.
It is pretty ragged. Let's see if my filter wants to be off. So again, we're coming through Elmer.
That is a legitimate lowering.
Yeah, it's a lowering. If you look at it from far away, it's going to look like a funnel, but it is just a scud rising up into the base. And again, this is straight south of Altus, very near Elmer, just on the west side. Yet.
Not on the air.
Oh. Tell him to look at the shot. He might have a panic attack.
You might want to look at our shot, Justin. Straight west. That right there looks a lot more ominous than it really is. It's more of a inflow band. Got it. It's coming good.
Man, I feel like that truck storm is really
It's gonna crash.
It's gonna crash here in a minute. It's coming up from the south in a hurry. It'll be interesting to see what happens though. So yeah, there's a little bit of shear there on radar. Straight west out of Elmer.
Is this storm moving?
Shows it is, but it's slowed down.
That's what I was thinking.
Alright, we're at the end of the road. This is the one that goes north to OSC.
Looks like here. West.
Yeah, it's kind of, well,
Yeah. Okay, we're gonna see dirt road.
you got four-wheel drive, right?
Yeah.
rising motion.
I see, yeah, I do too. I almost think I see rotation. Almost think I see it.
Okay, yeah, it looks a lot more interesting on radar. What's our wind here? It's pretty light.
Movement for sure. Alright, here it comes.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna stop.
Pretty light winds. Let me see. I think they're east, but oh yeah, we got east winds.
Yeah, this thing, David, formed very rapidly. What I'm noticing here with this is a legitimate lowering here. I'm noticing pretty decent rising motion here in it. Also some weak rotation. You said it right. Yes, it is rotating weakly at this point. Nothing super tight and nothing super organized at the moment. We are watching it. We're tracking it. Back to you, David. It's not really moving. Let's go a little further west. Is that slinging?
Not really.
No, it sounded like it. Yeah, if you look at, there's a hook further west. Oh man, we just ran into this.
Oh, we did?
Yes. I probably better go back to where we were. There is mud on this road. It doesn't look like it, but there is. I would say we can probably sit here and watch this for a bit.
Okay.
This would be a turnaround spot here.
Yeah, so that storm to the south is approaching rapidly. You know, crazy thing is, it looks like it's showing like a TBS on it. Let me see.
I think move down the road a little ways. That's kind of weakening a little bit. I mean, I'm not saying the whole storm's weakening. I'm just saying that the lower area appears to have lost its identity a little bit. I'm watching it. We're pretty close to it. I mean, it's more of, I wouldn't call it a funnel. I'll just tell you this. Above it though, in the base, that there's kind of a circular, I don't know, almost a donut above it. It's very, very weak though. It's very weak. Yes, I was out of the truck and I couldn't hit mute. Okay, that's to the southwest, right there. That's kind of, I'm going to pull back, that whole area. Okay, I was wondering about that because on radar, I mean, I noticed what looked like more of a, maybe an inflow notch in that area. Boy, that other storm is coming fast, isn't it? Oh my goodness! And we're on an already muddy gravel road here.
So that one over there.
Yep, there's the move. So, just so you'll know, the one you're talking about, Justin, further, little couplet further to the southwest, is starting to look a little bit more meaty and I guess you could say full. Lowered area a little bit there. Also a little bit of an inflow coming in from the east-northeast. But the original one we're looking at that looks all fragmented and junky, there is pretty decent rising motion there with it. See that storm is going to crash us?
Yeah. Boy, look at that slow spin. The whole thing is spinning.
Yeah. Wow.
Very slowly, though.
Also, Justin, with this that you're looking at here, there's a very slow spin to it. We're noticing. I mean, it's slow, but it's consistent. Oh,
okay.
Look at the one to the southwest.
So our current location, we're south of Olusty. So we're looking. Okay, this. Hold on just a second. Yeah, that's going to be the one further south, near El Dorado, and the one that I was showing you before is just south of Olusty. So there's kind of two areas that have lowerings.
That one to the southwest is looking real suspicious.
Yeah. Yeah, it definitely is a lot more meaty, like
It
you
is.
said. But, you know, from a distance, these things look,
Look at the scud to the right, to the left of it forming there.
yeah. Yeah, you can just see a very slow spin with this whole thing. Very weak, for sure. Is that rain? Oh, okay, so that's probably
Look,
that
there's
storm.
a big core coming.
Yeah, it's gonna crash hard.
It is. We're going to have to move. We're going to have to go back because this road is really going to get bad.
Yeah, so it'll be interesting to see once this southern storm crashes this line, and just see what happens after that. What happens?
I was going to lock in the hubs, but I don't think we really need to because it's pretty good gravel here.
So that's definitely weakening there. But
It is, but look at that one.
yeah, that's just west-southwest of us.
we're getting close.
Yeah. We're straight south of a lusty-looking southwest, west-southwest, so it's going to be that area of shear that you see on radar very near El Dorado.
You know, sometimes when you have storm mergers like this, sometimes it kills the whole storm, but then other times it really energizes the storm. And it really comes out after a little bit of reorganization, it gets even stronger. So that is something that we are definitely going to have to watch close with this.
Yeah, the whole storm definitely had a
This
spin
one's
to
showing
it.
a TVS on the southwest side.
Yeah. Yeah, if you put it in motion, it definitely has, like the whole storm has a spin to it. But how it interacts, that's the big question. Okay, so that one kind of went away too.
All right, our live stream, if you're just joining us, we are in southwest Oklahoma, far southwest Oklahoma, south of Altus, south of Olusty, right near the Red River.
Yeah, I would say we need to.
Well, it's getting close, isn't it? Okay, we'll need to keep it in our rear view. We're going to lose it when the rain starts, but I think we need to get off this road before the deluge starts. All right, so I'm backing up. Anybody behind me? Nope.
I don't think so.
Oh, that's hail.
That wasn't small hail either.
Hey, you know that core that's coming at us? It did not start with rain. It started with hail. We're getting probably $50 to ping pongs right now. Yeah, there's golf balls with it. There's definite golf balls. It's the leading edge of this core. I seriously think this is a left split. out after reorganization.
Yeah. That's basically the only storm around now.
I like the way you said that, taken over by the lusty storm. Alright, wow. So here's what's happened. So we just had a storm merger. Justin's talking, I'm gonna hold on a second. This storm, so the Chillicothe storm merged with the Lusty storm, and it looks like to me that the Lusty storm completely ingested the Chillicothe storm. They thought it was chilly and ate it. So,
thought it was chilly and ate it.
And that's significant because that would kind of indicate that the Lusty storm is stronger, and sometimes when you have a supercell already and it ingests another storm, it really strengthens it. It weakens it for a little bit, but then it gets stronger again. We'll see what happens. Sometimes it dies and totally disrupts it. But we are in an extremely strong tornado environment down here. I was just talking to the people at Channel 9 about this here. We're in a very conducive environment for tornadoes. The shear is going up now that sunset is happening. Low level jet is increasing. We've got pretty high cape, really high cape out here, even at this time of night. So, you know, anybody's guess what's going to happen. But if this storm survives this and gets stronger and starts intensifying, we could be looking at a whole nother beast. So right now we're in the rain. I'm going to look at the radar, but I think that storm, I want to look at it here real quick. Alright, so only time will tell to see what happens here. You know, I kind of had the feeling that this might have been a left split, this Chillicothe storm, the way it was behaving and moving, but I'm not certain about that. We'll just see what's going to happen here. It's a big glob right now.
You know, the models really showed it being a glob too. Like,
really?
I mean, you know, when we were looking at it earlier, it just looked like it was just a continual split and merge and split and merge for a while.
So, the main thing to realize here is we're under a tornado watch, and just look closely at the conditions that are going on right now in this part of Oklahoma. As evening comes up, the low-level jet is increasing, and what that is that's a strong, basically, band of wind, river of wind above the surface that's getting stronger and flowing into the storms. And what that does is it creates more favorable low-level shear for tornadoes to get started and to intensify. And so that basically the supercell index goes up. Even though the cape is going down, we still have enough cape left, but the shear is getting stronger. And, you know, upper level storm approaching, mid-levels getting more conducive and all that kind of stuff. So we're watching it, and if you live in this part of Oklahoma, keep a close eye, please. I know you guys are very weather aware down here, but just keep a close eye, you know, and if you have to go to the cellar, do it. And we'll try to let you know if we see anything. I'm starting to see more of some structure right there now, more of a base. A little light maybe right over here. Is that the latest?
Yeah.
Well, we might be out half the night tonight.
Let's see, it just kind of shows that going away. Oh, look at that up there. Interesting.
Yeah,
what time is that?
Is that on the front? What?
That's at 2 in the morning.
Oh man, and that's on the front too. Is the front coming down that soon?
I guess so.
Yikes.
Showing 2 in the morning, northwest Oklahoma breaks out along the front.
Tom's on a muddy road right now. So once again, we're just sitting and waiting right here. We're still in pretty much the same spot. We're off the muddy road now, back onto a small paved road here. So feeling good about that. but we're watching the base here just to see what happens. Tom, I'm pulling up Fleet Tracker to see where you are.
He's not stuck, is he?
He's stuck in a ditch that's about to flood.
Oh, man. Oh, let me see. He's east of Altus on 62.
Okay.
It's pretty far up there.
Is he? Let's see where he is. Tom, how far down a muddy road are you?
Looks like he's about half a mile.
Well, don't go any further into the ditch. I'm going to start kind of heading that way, if that's okay with you, Justin. Okay.
Yeah, so for now, this is a big rainy mess. Don't see anything too crazy at the moment.
So, like how far would you say in feet or yards or whatever you are from a paved road? Okay. As long as I don't have to go too far down the road, get myself stuck too. And I've got a chain. So right now I'm about 3 miles west of Elmer, and I'm going to turn north and come through Altus and then find you. There you go, I was thinking of that too. Maybe just drop Hunter off up there. He'll do it.
Okay, so we pretty much have a clear sky straight south.
Well, okay, so live stream, here's what's going on. Over here, see if we can pull him out. He's depending on how far he is down this muddy road, because every time he tries to move, he's inching closer into a deep ditch. He's not in the ditch yet. So we're going to run over there and see if we can help him out.
So that area, that sheer.
Where's that from us?
This is straight west of El Dorado, and
Okay.
look how it's reaching towards the instability over there. See what it's doing?
Yeah.
That's what that storm did in Texas Panhandle the other
Were
night.
you talking about? Okay, got it.
So just keep that in mind.
Out here?
which is, hold on.
Yeah, that's it. Right there.
Yeah, straight west.
Wow, we have to go up and then southwest to get to it.
It's just right over here also. Yeah, Brandon is, let's see. He's east of us. Okay, Amber, you're asking about Anadarko. So, if this storm continues on, you could get some rain later.
Something out west of El Dorado, too.
You are included in the tornado watch area, so I would just say weather aware.
It's up to you. What do you do? I mean, we're on the way to go get Tom. If you want us to stick with the storm, you can. I'd like to get it out.
Do you have a chain?
Yes.
Someone.
So Brandon, that's the same as it says. We got more here. We see something northwest. You seeing that?
I just got a message from someone offering help to get Tom out.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, if anyone is in the Altus area,
East of
Altus, with a chain. Yeah, so just to give you kind of a forecast of what this is doing. So a storm came up out of North Texas, and kind of just merged into this line. And so basically what the models are showing is that this storm weakens before it hits like the area of Anadarko, the Oklahoma City metro area. Movement on this would be northeast. But, this time of year you can get big surprises. Sometimes the models are wrong. From what I can tell, at this point we just gotta watch and see what happens. We're kind of keeping our eye on a little area of shear just to our west. And so we'll just kind of keep watching that area. But the entire storm is so disorganized. I mean, we are in a tornado watch, so conditions are favorable. But right now, this storm is so disorganized, and it's just going to take a little bit of time to see what is going to happen with it. So, anyway, we'll try to keep you updated on radar and what's going on with it. But it's really too hard to say if Anadarko is going to have a tornado or not. So, just can't forecast it quite like that.
south of 62, a little ways south of 62. He's on County Road S209, County Road S209.
Okay, South 209, just south of Highway 62, east of Altus.
Yeah, maybe a half a mile, maybe a quarter mile, maybe a half a mile south of 62 east of Altus. If anybody happens to be in the area that has a thing, picking up a truck, maybe to pull him out, you gotta have another truck.
I will say the latest scan on radar is showing an increase in rotation just southwest of O'Rusty. And that's going to be moving up towards Altus. So just need to watch that pretty close. Right now we're just south of Altus, northbound Highway 283. We're keeping our eyes straight west as that circulation moves up this way.
Pretty much moving in our direction. It's going to pass through O'Rusty. There's no tight circulation going. Right. It's sheer there. Maybe going to get organized. Let's see. Little area that's flying tight up straight southwest of O'Rusty. And this is going to be pretty much better than the rain. It's going to be real hard to see. Red lights over there.
So Haley says hail and rain coming into Mesa. Yeah, you're on the north side of that line. Nothing to be concerned about tornado-wise. Probably just some rain and maybe some side hail, but looking at it, looks like. Hold on just a second. So the hail port is going to be just south of Newton. It's probably the biggest hail pour around. Nothing crazy, but definitely some hail with that. And that's moving northeast, so it may flip Mangum on the south side. Might go all the way down though, it depends if it's moving.
Oh, might do it. Still there?
Putting it in motion just to see. Yeah, okay, so if you live in Mangum, for sure, it looks like a left split, which they have quite a bit of hail, sometimes large hail, and it is taking more of a north track, kind of north-northwest is the way that's moving. So if you live in Mangum, you're going to get some hail here pretty quick. It's on the south side of town, and it's just spinning up that way. No tornado threat, but I would say that a pretty strong hail core just to the south, moving north, even almost north-northwest. and will come directly over town. So alright, we're in Alphys now. We're still keeping an eye on the Olesti.
Amen to that, David.
Issue there. Let's see.
I agree 100%.
Doesn't look too bad. I mean, there is a broad rotation there. Nothing real tight and crazy, but it has been getting more and more organized. That is moving up towards Alphys. A lot of curved deep water in Alphys, and yeah, it's really a lot of water.
So it's curved deep over here where I'm at right now, but not so bad.
Someone asked what radar we use. We like to use radar scope. That's what we've used for a number of years. After GR level 3, we used to use that a lot, but now it's radar scope. It's our favorite right now. So the circulation near Olesti weakened on the last scan, but that mezzo is still there, and so we need to keep watching. It's getting a little bit dark out here, so if things start to increase here over time, we may be looking at an after dark situation. Those of you that are in Mangum, you can tell me what your hail size is as this comes up. It's quickly approaching. I do see a 1.25 half-dollar size hail report in Mangum right now, so that's going to be an emptying report. But it does look like Mangum is going to get quite a bit of hail here. East side of the Alphys now. We're gonna see if we can help Tom.
Yeah. So just to let you know what we're doing here, there's been a lot of rain out in and around. All the roads are really bad, muddy. So one of our other trackers, Tom, the road actually turned to mud on it before he could turn back around real quick. He started trying to turn around, and it's so slick, he started sliding towards the ditch. So we're going to go see if we can pull him out. I've got a chain and pretty size truck. And by the way, we just got brand new tires today from Southern Tire Mart in Oklahoma City. Southern Tire Mart, I mean, when we pulled in, I said, we gotta hurry this along. We got tornadoes in place today, and they brought all their people on it, and then they did us right. And we got brand new Oreo open country RC Pro tires on this truck, and they have full tread on them, so hopefully we won't have any problem getting Tom out of here. Hopefully. Yes, it does. So, Travis and Megan saying bigger than baseballs.
Wow. Yeah, we live in Mangum. We just, well.
Hey, I just got a message from a friend in Mangum, and I'm assuming he's in waterfalls and things.
Yeah, if anyone at maintenance could give us any hail reports, that would be great.
Wow. Justin said they're getting crushed right now, man.
Wow. Yeah. I've been watching that. It's a rough river and it's big right up in the town.
Oh, wow. That's what it is. It's really deep.
Wow. I just got a 3-inch NP report. 3-inch hail remainder.
I'm going to have to pull him out from the back. It's hard on your transmission to pull him from the front. So if you want to get video of that, let's figure out a way to turn that camera around or something.
I'm not sure how long those cables will be. Does look like the hail core has weakened, but it's still putting down some really big hail.
There he is right there.
Is that him right there?
Alright, there's Tom. There's Tom right there. We're going to have to pull him out from the back. Okay, we're on pavement right now, thank goodness. He is not very far
Wow.
onto the dirt. That's a good thing.
Yeah, for sure.
I'm gonna back in.
Okay. I wonder if you could pull in right here.
Let me try it.
There's a house right here. Yeah, you come flying off that pavement and then just,
Okay, I'm gonna take the headsets off.
okay.
Alright.
Hey, Tom.
Okay, so the pavement is just like right there.
Okay.
It's not deep, it's just slick.
Yeah.
I
Okay.
don't know.
All right. I think it's gonna pull you out from the back. Gotta love that Oklahoma clay. It's so slick. Slicker than ice.
I'm gonna put on my jacket here.
Okay, we're having more storms develop. There is a new storm. I need to look at velocity here. New storm out by Duke. It's a little interesting. And a new storm south of Elmer. So we may see an uptick in storm development. That's weird. The storm that crossed the Red River weakened, and then now it is increasing again.
Okay.
Super strange.
I'm gonna turn around right here.
Where's Tom?
He's over there. He's walking back to
he's
his
walking.
truck.
Okay.
Help me, I don't want to go in the ditch here.
You are fine on this side for sure.
Okay. I locked in the hubs, and then I'm going to put it in four-wheel drive as soon as I get through turning and I get into the mud.
Yeah, that area near Olustee, it's going to be northeast of Olustee now.
Okay, is it getting stronger?
It's just still broad, but
Okay.
that's going to be where the mezzo is on this particular storm. That's going to be moving up right up over us.
Tell me why.
Okay.
I'm going to run over Tom and also I want to stay right in the middle of the road,
Okay.
right on the crown if I can.
It's so dark I can't see.
Okay.
Back at the front too. Looks like you're in the middle to me.
Why don't you take your phone and do video with your phone?
Okay. Tornado warning. They just issued a tornado warning on this valve.
Okay, I hear you.
Okay. Tornado warning. It's going to be just northeast.
Tornado warning, Tom, on that storm to our west.
It's southwest
Tornado
of us.
warning.
Okay. All right, we're going to get him out quick. This tornado warning is going to be moving right up toward us. I'm going to see if I can...
Full drive.
I don't think I can get video of that.
That's fine.
Let's see what I can do. Okay, so I just got a new update on radar. That velocity couplet is a lot tighter now. It looks like it's going to be south of Altus, moving east-northeast. So if you live in Altus, it's going to be south. All right, here we go. It's so tight I can't get it. Okay. All right, so we're... Is that the chain?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
We're moving.
Awesome. Oh, this thing is wrapped up, Val.
Okay, well, we're gonna get it, we're gonna go.
All right, Tom is out.
We gotta bring him all the way. He's going into this.
Is he?
Yeah, but I'm dragging him out.
Goodness. Has he hit pavement yet?
Yeah.
Oh.
He went into the ditch and I pulled him back out again.
So good news, we got Tom out. The tornado warning is moving right up towards our location, just to our southwest. I hear sirens on the east side of Altus. This is going to go south of Altus, so if you live in town, you don't have to worry. The track on it is moving towards Hedrick. So if you live in Hedrick, you need to definitely take your tornado precautions. I can start to see some structure to our southwest. It's getting really dark out here.
All right, let's go. We're ready.
Do you see anything to your southwest?
Nope.
Okay. All right.
Okay, I need to take this out. Full drive. We can leave the hubs locked in. It's okay. That's some sloppy mud.
Lots of clay. All right. So making our way back to Highway 62.
All right, we got Tom out. We're heading back to the west.
Tornado warning continues to our southwest. If you live in Olesti, it's to your east. Latest update shows that it's not quite as tight, but we're going to try to get something into view here. So I can see the base. You can see the base in our shot right there. You can see a little bit of light.
Is it coming right towards us?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
You can see a little bit of light under that base, and then it's darker above. So that would be like the flat, rain-free base. We get pelted with rain here. Yeah, and those lights. So we can see straight here. I don't know if we can go all the way back to that highway.
We can. I'm going to stop right here and watch.
Okay. Yeah, that's our only option, I think.
Perfect spot.
Alright, so we're pointing in the direction where the tornado warning is.
Hey, I think we've got the lowering in sight here.
Yeah. pretty low right in the middle.
It is pretty low right in the middle. Okay, thank you.
Okay, we're on Highway 62 east of Altus, looking south-southwest. Do you think that's too far?
Okay. There's Brandon right there.
Okay. What is he saying? Can you turn it up? I just want to hear what he's saying about it.
There's not a whole lot of rising scud or anything like that underneath it. I still think it's kind of in the development stage, but we're literally, we can't be any closer to be out in the field. So we're right underneath it.
But that's where Tom.
No, what? Tom was right there.
Oh, is that paved, do you think?
Yeah.
Okay, let's go east then.
Is it
Because
moving?
it is moving.
All right, once again, this is going to be the tornado warning we have going on for areas to get to the south of Altus. 83 Brandon's right here. Right at it. We're on another super cell. It's developing cell to cell. And that's coming up pretty fast, too. That's going to be, you can see
Yeah, I saw that.
that will eventually get pulled into this. Nothing's going to happen. When this gets pulled into it, it's either going to strengthen it some or it's going to disrupt it. And my guess is it might disrupt it and then try to reorganize again. But we have conditions right now underway that are more favorable.
Let's go to that road and go south. You want to?
Yeah, I think we should. So you guys are telling us to turn our wipers off, but it's raining really hard. So, you know, we can't turn our wipers off for you. So there is not a tornado warning. There's not a tornado on the ground. There is a warning, which is radar indicated, but it needs to be watched very closely. We do have the south road that we believe is paved right up here, so we're going to take a little bit better look at it here pretty quick.
Justin, we're going to go to a mile east of where Tom was. There's a paved road south right there, straight south. Is this thing moving at a decent speed and upward? It's not stopped. That's moving, right?
Just like you may have heard on that report, the storm near Elmer needs to be watched. It's coming up pretty quickly. It was down in North Texas. It had weakened as it crossed the Red River, but it has definitely strengthened. And it's a little bit more isolated, so it does have the potential to be uninhibited by any kind of cold air or ingesting any kind of outflow from another storm. So that's definitely something to watch. I think it's right up here. So I don't see a tight couplet with this right now. I think the circulation is broad. It definitely looked a lot tighter earlier. Alright, so you can see the base. You can see there's a flat base, nothing on the ground. It's pretty wide, pretty broad. But this can change very quickly. This is going to move up towards Hedrick, and again we're just south of Highway 62, east of Altus, now southbound on 210. Or it's also called North 2100, 210. Yeah,
I think this is the Humphreys Road.
So, Crystal, yeah, you're right. I did hear the Altus Air Force Base sirens going off. It is definitely going to be south of Altus, south of the Air Force Base. And it is moving more east, northeast. So, I don't anticipate that, moving towards your area. But it is good for sirens to be going off anyway. Just so people are
he actually slid into the ditch while I was pulling him out, and I just kept right on going.
Just kept on
He
going.
went down in the ditch and bounced out.
Wow. So this base is pretty large. I don't see any tornado on the ground.
Is that a little rain core over there to the right?
It is, yeah.
No, we're looking straight there, right? I mean, it doesn't look super defined at the moment.
Yeah, it's more like you can see the back edge of the lowered base
Yeah.
to our southwest. If you see a pull off, I think we're in a good spot for it to move right over. Because it's tracking more east-northeast, so it's not moving, you know, as hard northeast as it was before. Yeah, if anybody has reports from Mangum, I heard they got smashed with hail. I was watching that on radar, and boy, that cell was spinning like a top. It was a left mover. It was a prolific hail producer, and it just went right over town. And there were some imping reports of 3 inches. So probably some damage there for sure. Yeah, imping reports all over Mangum. North side, it looks like I'm seeing a 3-inch from the emergency manager. I'm also seeing a 3-inch right in the middle of town, and then south of town I'm seeing another report of 3-inch. So it was a very widespread 3-inch hail event. So that's larger than baseball, so I'm sure there's devastating hail damage there for sure. Alright, so we have a great view of the base.
Stop right here.
Okay, yeah.
Now, what's in this turnoff? What do you see here in the turnoff?
It's fine, you can go. Yeah, just, yeah.
It's muddy.
It is muddy, but I think you're good. Okay.
Just want to make sure I'm off the highway.
So the lowest part of the base is just to our west-southwest. I mean, it's almost straight west of us. And we are near Humphreys. We're like 1.5 miles north of Humphreys. We're gonna get out and take a look.
He's coming to us.
Okay. I have it on the lower end.
Okay, I'm going to turn the lights off.
Okay, that would be good. Yeah, you can see it pretty good.
Yeah, so the shot that you have right there, David, that is the mezzo. That's the lowered area. That's the circulation from this storm, and it's pretty much straight southwest of us right now. And we're probably 4 or 5 miles south of Highway 62, maybe 2 miles north of the town of Humphreys. So that's what it looks like. I don't see any pointed lowerings or any significant wall clouds or anything like that. It's just a big broad lowering right now. So I think the circulation might have actually just either weakened or maybe got a little bit disrupted at the moment. But as we know, David, these things, there's scud forming right beneath. See the scud? On the shot right there, there's scud forming beneath the base. That's brand new. That just now happened. Yeah. So that's where it is. We're watching it. You might zoom up on that just a hair. Let's kind of see if it doesn't get too grainy. Okay, so we just had some new scud form right beneath the base, and that looks like to me right where it's rotating there. So it's probably at maybe 3 miles, maybe 4 miles southwest of us. It appears to be coming straight at us. So we're going to watch it very close, David. Back to you. Yeah. It's getting worked on right now. Yeah, it's getting worked on. I know.
Are you talking about the other camera?
Yeah.
Did you give the other camera back?
I haven't had a chance. It has to have that. It's an ordeal to take the plate off and put the plate on one camera to another.
Okay.
So I've got to grind that plate down and get it to slide in.
Yeah, I mean, I could try to mess with the gain here.
Yeah, as long as you can get it back.
Let's see.
I know you know how to work that camera pretty well because you've done it for a long time.
Starting to fill in with rain. You okay?
Woohoo!
Did you get struck?
No! That was close.
Good grief.
Alright, so let's keep a good close going on like straight south of us here too. I want to back up.
Yeah,
What do you see behind us? Cars?
nothing. I see something weird behind us though. Can you
All right.
look straight behind your left shoulder?
Yeah, I see it.
What is that?
I don't know. See if you can look at velocities.
Okay.
Look over here. Look over here.
Yeah, it's like right over us. Can you move your phone? So I think it's going to be east of us now, Val.
Okay. Let's turn around and go back to the north.
All right, so we're 1.5 miles north of Humphreys, which is south of Highway 62, east of Altus. And yeah, this area of rotation is just right over us. We're just trying to figure out what's going on here. What's our wind direction?
Looks like south to me.
Okay, we need to get east.
Just hold on a minute. Hold on. There's another circulation down here.
Yeah, the Elmer storm.
Yes.
Yeah. So it looks like this one is kind of occluding, but I got an update. It looks like it's straight north of us, Val. What do you see? Look at your left shoulder.
What?
Look right there.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of a lowered, a strange looking lowered base. I can't tell anything crazy with it.
Hey, look at this.
Which direction?
Straight that way.
Okay. I'm interested in what's going on southwest of us here.
Okay. Okay, there is a lowering to our east.
Okay. Let's go get it. Hold on a second. Let's go.
Alright, if you live in Hedrick, I would definitely take your tornado precautions. It's
My boots are weigh about 20 pounds apiece of mud.
Oh gosh.
This storm we're on looks a lot more significant, like speed-wise than this is down here, don't you think?
Yeah.
Alright. Alright, let's see.
Alright, it is increasing south of Elmer as well.
Yep, it is.
If you live in Tipton, I would definitely be watching for that. Lightning is really bad here. So looking at this, what I think is happening is that it kind of occluded on itself.
Were you able to do anything with the camera?
Hold on, see this lowering right here?
Yeah, were you able to do anything with the camera?
It's bring down as low as it'll go.
Okay, that's fine.
So just to our northeast, we do have a lowering, but what I'm also noticing is that it looks like this is the occluded part, and so it's going to try to redevelop further southwest or southeast, just north of Tipton. So if you live in Tipton, it's going to be, yeah, it's going to be southeast of us now.
Alright.
This is the occluded original circulation right here.
Okay, we're looking at a new one with this storm, right? Straight southeast of us?
It'll be north of Tipton.
Alright. Well, we just need to go east then.
And then you have that Elmer one further southwest.
Alright.
This looks really high here. I think this one is undercut, even though it has kind of some low-hanging tags. But this is going to try to redevelop and wrap up again. North of Tipton, south of Hedrick.
Alright, so, we just need to go east.
Well, do you want to do the Elmer one, or do you want it's going to move up?
I know, I think we're going to stick with this one. We can fall, the other one's moving towards us.
Okay.
So we can always fall back to it if
Yeah.
this one dies.
So we need to go east on 62, and we're going to intercept it somewhere east of Hedrick.
I almost think that this storm is going to be the one that takes over. It's stronger.
Yeah. Okay, so you're asking if you should shelter on base. It's going to be all east of you at this point, at least with this particular storm. So if you live in Altus, you're going to be in the clear. What we're looking at is south of Elmer along the Red River, and then this new development, which is between Hedrick and Tipton. And they just updated this tornado warning. There's still this leftover circulation just kind of where we are, so we're going to kind of see. Let's see what this updated warning says.
So, where's the south circulation exactly?
The Elmer one? What are you talking about?
The one that Brandon's on is the south of us.
I don't know where Brandon is.
He's southwest of us. He is near Elmer.
Okay. So yeah, what is he seeing with that?
A lowering.
So this storm is crashing this storm really hard. Eventually, it's going to all be one cell.
Yeah, you know what I think? Right now, this storm, so our use is a strong storm.
It's happening right
We're
here.
going to stick with it. Now we got to keep our eyes wide open. circulation is trying. Oh, yeah. Yeah, so the camera's pointed to the southeast or the east-southeast right there. So what's happened with this storm is it looks like to me that the circulation kind of got disrupted, and it's almost in the process of trying to reorganize, and we think it's going to try to reorganize just to our southeast. I don't know if that's jiving with what your radar's showing right there, but that's kind of visually what it's looking like right now. So definitely a strong storm, definitely with a mezzo up above, strong mid-level rotation at the surface. It looks like to me it's just trying to get organized again. And my bet is, David, that it will eventually get organized again because this is a powerful storm. It looks like a supercell, looks like it's wrapped up pretty good. It just hasn't got a lot of tight circulation at the surface at the moment. We're going to watch it close. Back to you.
So what we're looking at, this is going to be that leftover circulation.
Okay.
It's really high base.
What's going on down there?
Well, I think that's the new area, and it's pretty low.
I'm telling you, it's this storm. This is the storm right here.
Yeah, I mean, you see where our location is?
Yes. I mean, it looks like a classic supercell. And it's moving east-northeast. It's a right mover. Keep your eyes really open.
Yeah, I mean, I see a lot of structure right over here. If you have a pull-off place,
Alright, yeah, I can pull off on the shoulder.
we need to
Tell
look,
me when there's no trees.
we need to look south because I see a lowering right here on the back edge of this updraft.
Let's see what this is. Yeah, let's try this.
No, right over here.
Alright, let's try this.
Okay. Yeah, I see. It looks like a color. See the cone right in front of us, right straight down the road.
I haven't seen it yet.
You didn't see that?
Straight ahead?
Yeah, right there. I'm gonna look. Man, it is so hard to see.
Let me pull a little further off the road here, and I'm gonna stand up and look. Oh yeah, right there.
Yeah.
Okay, I see that.
Can you move your phone?
There's a. Yeah, put it on that.
It's hard to tell if it's rotating because it's dark.
Hey,
But
I don't know. Listen, I don't know if it's rotating, but there's kind of a cone-shaped lowering. There's a cone-shaped lowering just to our south.
okay, our location is we're on Highway 62, right at Hedrick. So you see those lights in the shot? That's the town of Hedrick. And so, oh, tunnel.
Hey,
Funnel,
I think
right-
we might have a funnel. I
right-
think we might have a funnel.
Right over Hedrick.
Right over Hedrick. I think we got a funnel.
Okay. Man, it just changes every time it lightnings.
Okay. Yeah, look at our shot right there. It briefly looked like a funnel. Before that happened, we had a cone-shaped lowering, and it's right over Hedrick. And it looked like there was a funnel that formed briefly. This is going to be straight southeast of us, about maybe a mile or so. And it ought to be in the shot. It's got a lightning just right to see it right there. But boy, that's your rotation right there. That's it. It's moving east of Hedrick right now. And I look, every time I lightnings, I can see just movement going on with it. Obviously in the dark, it's real hard to see rotation. but it looked like a brief funnel, formed quickly and then dissipated. And before that, there was a cone, an obvious cone-shaped lowering. I mean, it wasn't close to the ground or anything like that, maybe a fourth of the way down. But nonetheless, it's there and it shows me that it's rotating, David. Back to you.
Can you move your phone? So it looks like that rotation is east of town now, east of Hedrick. You can see the rain back in the backdrop when it lightnings just right, and
that looked like fun again too.
I know it did. And what we're seeing is that circulation that's wrapped up in.
That looks like fun.
Yeah.
It looks
because we're right in the hook. Okay, tornado warning now for. Just got an update on our tornado warning.
okay on this one.
Wow, look how large that is.
Yeah, it's pretty big.
If you live in Hedrick, I would be taking my tornado precautions because it's just right overhead. We keep seeing, we keep
Every
seeing
now
what
and then
looks like a
it
funnel.
looks like a small funnel. Oh, we will.
Very pronounced lowering.
The lowering is still there.
So the south storm is beginning to merge with this area.
Justin says it's showing 2 rotations in this storm.
Really.
And that's getting better right there. Right there. I'm gonna stay here until it gets to this.
Look right here. About. So
Okay.
we need to point more east. I just want to make sure I can get it. Oh, goodness.
Yeah, I mean, it's looking more impressive all the time.
Yeah.
And I think we need to go with
What I can say is if you're in Hedrick, it looks well to your east now. It was really kind of,
We're gonna go east.
yeah, it looked like it was kind of stationary over at the town, but it looks a little more to the east, and radar would show that as well.
Keep an eye on that. I want to just try to slow.
So we're back on Highway 62 eastbound.
Right there.
And big lowering just to our east with Hedrick just south of us.
Keep watching that velocity there, 'cause that's changing pretty quick.
Yeah. So there's 2 areas of rotation, one just to our southeast and then one a little bit further. A lot of weird things going on with this merge. I think our range is getting in the way. Probably get you some wraparound now. Right.
I saw that.
Okay, straight down the road. It looked very suspicious.
Right over there.
Go straight down the road. Maybe a little to the left. I don't know. I thought I saw something. mostly traveling. I think most of the cars out here are probably storm chasers, but yeah, it's pretty bad.
There's two circulations.
Yes.
I got plug. Got organized yet, but I guarantee you, it's strong enough form. It will. It's going to. It's just a matter of time. And when it does, it's probably going to produce a pretty big tornado. So y'all keep that in mind. You live in Block, Medicine Park, Snyder, on down the line, north of Lawson, I meant to say, and maybe even Lawson itself. Just be really, really watch the weather, folks. Because this thing is in the organizing stages right now, and it's a big, powerful storm. Hasn't done it yet, but I don't think it's that far away. So there is two areas, and I'm thinking we need to target these areas. It's got to be right ahead of us, right? You want to see some close things. Maybe. We won't know that. You think it's been under double outflow for 3 years? Yeah. If this storm is moving quick enough, I don't... At some point it's going to take over its outflow, I think. Yeah, we have northwest winds here. So if you're in a Mangum, you know what happened there. Bigger than baseballs, you probably got hammered. got a full-blown supercell of that storm just going north here. What we're looking at. I don't know what this other storm's going to do to it. Might merge it with it. I mean, if it stays where it is, it's going to see the inflow so much, it's going to kill it. In that case, we need to watch the southwest side of this one, but I see the outflow. See that outflow?
Yeah.
There? That's what's killing that south one.
Yeah.
So that's why I think the north one is probably more legitimate. I've got about 30 pounds of mud on my boots. I'm going to get out and try to wipe them off real quick. Real fast. I think I just created a mud slick on the highway. Yeah, you know, he done that. Hey, ask Corey what it felt like going into that ditch, because when I was pulling you out a while ago, I looked back and he's like fell into the ditch and then bounced right back out again. Is the truck running okay?
Yeah, the rotation does look very messy. I think it's a powerful storm, and it's because of the merge, it's going to take a little time for it to organize again. So we've got west winds here. Is that west or northwest? I think we need to continue east.
I mean, you know, you look back in here, that's where the original hook was. Is there something? Okay.
Do you see anything to the north?
I mean, I'm seeing some lowerings to the north. I was going to ask you, that south storm, I mean, you might think that south one would take over, but there's outflow out. It looks like there's outflow to me out ahead of it.
Some strange things hanging down here.
So, Justin, we're seeing, just to our northwest here, some really strange rain came down things. I can't really say anything more too legitimate, but it's really, there's several lowering up here. Yes, exactly.
We have not seen a tornado yet with this, but anything can happen.
Yeah, I'm seeing something straight north of us. Look straight, look visually when it's lightning, straight north.
Yeah. It's like, yeah, there's something there.
Pretty significant lowering.
Yeah, and it's wrapped.
Look at that.
It's wrapped in the rain, which is crazy at night. Does it look like a cone?
Yeah, it did. It doesn't now, but it did.
You have like a turn off.
Yeah, I'm gonna find the next turn off.
So right now we are southwest of Snyder, Highway 62.
Hey, Justin,
Eastbound.
pretty significant lowering straight north of us. I'm gonna find a intermediate turn off here, and we're gonna point towards it. Okay, we got a shot of it. It's got a lightning just right. Yeah, I know we are for sure, but it looks like to me there's an embedded circulation. It's going to be straight north of us. Now, you're not really seeing it very good now because the rain is really coming in, but just about maybe 2 or 3 minutes ago, it was a very significant lowering. As a matter of fact, at one point it was about perfectly cone-shaped, and that was due north, straight north, and that's the direction we're looking right now. So pretty significant lowering, but I think it's getting completely wrapped up in rain at the moment as we speak. So it's almost impossible, maybe completely impossible to see it at the moment, David.
Yeah, winds have increased for sure. So you can see this. I mean, it's not super tight, but it only takes.
We got west winds. So, I mean, which one's really ramping up? They're talking about one that's really ramping up right now. Is it ours?
No, man.
Or is it, what do you think?
I'm looking at it.
I mean, it can't be the one south, it's outflow.
And there's a new warning south. It's really strange though. Man, your phone is right in my shot.
Okay, it's all good. Man, I'm telling you, where we're at, it's still going to be a place to watch. And we're not having to worry about going northeast either, because it's following this road. They're discussing it and decided that maybe it's not as good as they thought.
Well, it's still in that process of merging, so.
Never heard them. Heard something.
of Snyder, Highway 62 eastbound. And just watching this as it continues to evolve.
In a lower area northeast. Right here. Yeah, this gotta be watched.
Yeah, it's like it's occluded up here outward.
Straight north.
What do you see? You're gonna have to turn that way. What is it?
Just straight out my window, straight north. The big bowl-shaped lowering.
Okay. Do you have a turn?
Let's get up here out of these mountains. Woo, man!
I see that. All right. So we do have a big bowl-shaped lowering. It's gonna be up near Mountain Park.
Okay, let's do this.
North of Snyder.
Okay. Get a shot of it.
Okay.
And oh, this is the wrong spot.
Is there a mountain?
This is a turn off. Let me go down the road a little further.
Okay. Oh man.
Justin, there's a pretty big lowering straight north of us. It's north of Snyder. Find a place to pull off and get you a shot. Still there, it's just not as crazy looking. Alright.
What's our wind direction here?
Well, it was west a while ago. Can I go? right, I was just remarking to Justin just a second ago, David, looking straight north, and now it's going to be a little north-northwest. There was a very large lowering. I know we said lowering a lot tonight, but this was a real significant looking wall cloud type lowering in that area, exactly where you're talking about. Exactly where you're talking about. So, and just as we were talking, I pulled off to get a shot of it, and now we're pulled off again. It's going to be over and to the left of that white car that you're seeing right there. And it's starting to get really wrapped in rain. So that's when it lightning's just right. You might be able to see it again, and it might just be getting wrapped up in rain. I think it's tucked around the circulation right there. Also, looking to the north, we're seeing a big, extensive feeder band or inflow band that's coming in from the east, feeding right into that mountain park area that you're talking about. That tells me that there's some pretty strong inflow going on above the surface right over there also. So, you know, that's the area, and all in all, what I think about the storm is that it's still trying to get organized, but we're going to watch it and stay with it and track it, you know, because these things could happen real quickly. David, back to you. Do you think?
So messy.
Hey, we got a North Road here coming up.
Okay. Highway 54.
Yeah, we're gonna run into some bad cell areas up here too, and then we got this.
Oh yeah, we've done that before.
Good night.
You know, what we've always done in the past is just make our way around the refuge. Well, I mean, from the Lawton side.
Yeah, I think we do that. I think we don't go up into that unless it gets really, you know, really strong.
Yeah, I feel like with that storm merging into it, it's almost like we need to play it for the long run.
Yes, exactly. Since it's not doing anything at the moment.
Section of Highway 62 and Highway 54 west of Indiahoma, and we're eastbound, so the circulation is just to our northwest, and it's about to cross over the wildlife refuge area, which you have terrible cell reception when you get up there. So we're going to go east and play this for the long run. Once it crosses over that area, we should be able to get out ahead of it again once we get past that, like the Medicine Park area. North of Lawton. I'm sure that original mezzo is still there, but you know, as it continues east, it may redevelop out ahead of the line.
It's still rotating. It still has a mezzo, and it still needs to be watched close. I mean, you never know when it might trigger. That light switch might turn on. You know what I mean?
Right.
You know, with a low-level jet cranking or something like that, whatever. But that south stuff, south of us, is really looking chunky now. So, I was just thinking about this, looking to the north. The base of this storm, at least where we were looking, where it kind of curls back to the northwest, where we were seeing the lowering a little bit earlier. The base looks like it might have risen just a little bit. It all, to me, appears to be a little bit weaker in that area. So the area that you're talking about, when I look further more to the northwest, I see what looks like a lower base. To the northwest, almost like maybe the original one up to the north tried to occlude or something and maybe gusted out, but there's something new trying to form, possibly a little bit further south, maybe just northwest of us or west northwest of us. But there's nothing crazy looking at the moment, nothing that I would consider, you know, urgent, you know, or anything imminent like that. But I know the storm, I mean, it's still a supercell, it's still rotating, and all of that, so you know, we just got to keep watching it close. Back to you. do you think?
Well, I think it's weakened.
That was short and sweet. Maybe not sweet, but yeah, it has for sure. Yeah, almost thinking that they're going to drop the tornado warning on it. Okay. What's going on over here by Apache to our east? Let's get up here and find a turn-off spot so that we can get a shot. See if you can point something and find some sort of feature.
Okay. Alright, so that is the area we're pointing at under the tornado warning.
Yeah.
So, do you see that right there? Like, I mean, that's probably...
What's left of it? I mean, the
Yeah.
original?
I mean, yeah, I mean, it's the original circulation, but, I mean...
Yeah, you look at the overall shape of the storm, and, I mean, that's a pretty well-configured supercell, but it just doesn't look tight and crisp.
Mhm.
You know, I mean, it's got characteristics, but it's not got the strength, I don't think. What is our wind? Hey, Justin. We have northwest winds here.
Okay.
My mic's not on, but I got something to tell you. Yeah. Yeah, I was just trying to tell you, we have northwest winds where we're at. We got outflow here. Got something to tell you. I think we ought to go east still.
That was worse than pea-size hail, Val.
Well, David was asking me specifically about the wind a while ago to see if there was still inflow, and I couldn't tell because the wind wasn't blowing much, so I was trying to figure it out. But I see your point of view. mean, it showed ripping supercells right along the Red River.
Yeah.
You know, that's not happening. I was thinking that unless this thing really starts cranking and we get closer to the metro, comment a while ago. He told everybody, he said, yeah, here, you know, Tom and Brandon, in case you're wondering, why aren't they right under the storm? Well, it's because this area the storm's going over is unchaseable. He said, you run into a bison or an elk or something like that, and he said you just can't get through there. He's right. It's unchaseable.
Well, we want to have a cell coverage.
Yeah, right. True.
I mean, you gotta see radar.
There's a TVS showing up now from northwest. You know, Justin, I'm driving. I haven't really checked. I'll pull off and check and see. Let me just pull off on the shoulder. Yeah, that would be a good thing to know. I'll tell you this, the temperature's 73. Light south. Light south. No. interception through there. It's just almost non-existent as well. So what we're going to do, Dave, we're going to go locked, we're going to go north, and storm. We're going to really intercept that storm again somewhere north of Lock, and maybe ride it up I-44 as it approaches central Oklahoma. One thing I can tell you though, from looking at the storm, we can still see it low enough to see that it looks like it's slowly weakening, and you're probably seeing that on radar as well. So that's kind of what it looks like from out here. Back to you. So right now we are in Lawton, and we are going to take I-44 north, and we're going to try to keep an eye on this storm. I mean, there is still a tornado warning with it. I have a feeling they're probably going to drop the warning. The shear is kind of weakened quite a bit, but nonetheless, the storm is still there, and it needs to be watched. It's probably the strongest one right now in the state, I think. There's another pretty strong one though to the east, over there west of Cement, south of Anadarko. That one needs to be watched too, but anyway, we're going to go up 44 and keep an eye on these things. Get that roof camera back. Is that like a chase? Yes, it is. Man, that's a brand new. It's a really. It's 10 o'clock. They're doing the news right now.
Okay.
They've been wall to wall the whole time. stopping, getting the mud off my boots. They were so, I'm not kidding, they were heavy. And I slid it across, the pavement out there, and it was like 10-foot long lines of mud going out.
So was it clay?
Yeah, it was nuts. I mean, and I try to move my foot in the floor here, and it's like lifting 30 pounds of weight. Putting it on the brake, and it slides off the brake because it's packed with mud. That stuff stuck. It was that crazy, slick, and sticky mud. I can see why he got stuck, because pretty good. I thought just the tires in the truck, I thought worked pretty good for that. Maybe it's because it was so heavy,
Right.
I hope I wasn't slinging rocks on this truck, Grab me a water, if you don't mind. And I keep forgetting to drink water when I'm out chasing, and I get dehydrated.
So they dropped the tornado warning.
Okay.
On the north side of Lawton now, northbound on 44, and they have dropped the tornado warning, so it is just severe now.
Man, the models are so wrong these days. That's crazy. Just to let you know, when I say the models, I'm talking about the computer forecast models, and it's just really kind of uncanny how these computers that are supposed to forecast, the weather and the storms have really not been doing a good job this year. And I don't know if that's due to just the way the flow is, the storms, the weather is right now. It's having a hard time really resolving things, and that's not. I guess that's not really such a bad thing. I mean, it helps us to kind of rely more on our, skills, forecast skills, I guess, to try and figure out what's going on. It keeps it interesting, that's for sure. So I'm okay with it, but it's just kind of crazy how it's been, because it was totally wrong today. I'm assuming those fell at your house. Oh man, look at that. There's holes in the glass.
Wow.
Yeah, those look bigger than baseballs. Look at that.
Wow.
Man, that's big hail. Is that a golf ball, you think? Blue golf ball?
Yeah. He needs to throw a softball in there.
He needs to put a baseball and softball, right? Yeah, we're just sitting here looking at hail pictures from Mangum. So he says bigger than baseballs. Yeah, that's and they're hard looking and they're spiky looking too. And he's got some pictures of some cars. I don't know if this is his personal car or whatever, but that kind of looks like our truck.
Oh, good grief. Wow.
After we've been in some hail.
So
Man, that's
every car in Mangum is going to look like that.
I bet you so. Every car that's out.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm seeing smashed windshields in Mangum. I mean, really smashed windshields. So you know that there's going to be roof damage, probably severe roof damage, and severe car damage in Mangum.
So something to note, I'm looking at the models right now,
Yeah.
and I mean it's showing the front. I'm trying to see what time this is. 3 a.m. It's showing the front coming through northwest Oklahoma, and the whole front lighting up.
3 a.m. Don't say that.
And it's weird because it almost lifts north.
Well, you know, this 3 a.m. stuff really doesn't materialize tonight.
Yeah.
Because it makes for a really long day tomorrow.
I don't see the structure over there.
Yeah, you can see it. But at lightning. Get some sleep for tomorrow, right? Get some sleep for tomorrow. Yeah. So is David saying call it a night? Is that what he's saying? Some, okay. Yeah, that would be cool, wouldn't it? Yeah, absolutely. I've got a friend that sends me pictures from Mangum. He lives there, and the cars are smashed. Yeah, you want me to send them to you? Alright, and this is from Travis in Mangum. So I'll compile those and send them to the group. What's that? There's a metal roof. What is that? Is that a hole in the metal roof? Or just dented?
So wow. I am seeing pretty big hail. It's showing 2.25 near Cement, which is going to be southwest of Chickasha. So if this continues on its track, anywhere between video from that night lives forever in my YouTube downloads. Wow. You know, Nathan Hood, that was one night that we'll never forget either. And, you know, unfortunately we had to help a man pull his dead wife out of tornado debris. And it really affected me for quite a few weeks. I was really stunned by it because, you know, I mean, we chase tornadoes and we try to give warnings, and that was a tornado that was really far from any radar site, and we were on the storm, we were right behind it, and as we came into Matador, it was just leveled and the tornado was right in front of us. And so then we realized at that point that we needed to start searching for people, because, you know, it's a really small town and they don't have a lot of emergency services. And we drug a power line for probably a quarter of a mile, and it ripped our anemometer off the top of our truck. But once we found an area where there was just significant damage, we saw a man standing on top of what looked like it used to be a house, and he was waving at us. And we went over and just began to pull debris off of his wife, and it was just very, very sad. And 4 people lost their life in that tornado. That was definitely a rough night for sure, and we're just thankful we could be a help. So, you know, thank you for your contribution. It really helps with what we do. You know, from buying new equipment and staying on the road, it's a huge help. So, thank you.
Yeah, we greatly appreciate it. There's a lot of expenses that goes into all of this stuff. I mean, we tear up trucks. You know, it's like tonight, Tom. I mean, he got stuck, almost put it in the ditch, and you know, when I came over to pull him out, his truck, as I was pulling him out, it slid into the ditch, slid along the ditch, and I just kept on going, and then it popped him out of the ditch. So that's pretty rough on vehicles, and especially his truck. I asked him if it was running okay, and he said it seems to be just fine, but you know, having a truck going in a ditch and another truck popping him out of the ditch, and I looked back, and Corey was driving it, and I could see him bouncing around, you know, and the truck was bouncing around. So it's hard on stuff like that. You know, we appreciate all of that because it does help for sure. And you know, you're talking about the Matador tornado. You know, when I first started chasing a long time ago, boy, it was all about the adrenaline and the excitement. But somewhere along the line, when I got married, we started having kids, and I started seeing, you know, how lives are affected when disasters hit like that. You know, it really opened my eyes more to what we're doing is the more important part of that really is keeping people safe. And you know, like I said, when we first started, it was a lot about the adrenaline. I mean, when I was younger, I used to race motocross and ride bulls, and tornado chasing. It's just more, you know, of that crazy stuff going on. But now I can honestly say that that my passion lies in helping people stay safe and protecting families, protecting daddies, mamas, and babies, you know, and helping people, you know, to keep their families safe when whole lot more about the safety aspect of it and helping people. And don't get me wrong, we still get excited and we still love seeing weather because I'm a meteorologist and exciting weather, is exciting, obviously, but boy, I sure don't want to see these tornadoes, hurt people and tear up property and stuff like that. We like to see them out in open fields where they don't hit anybody, hit anything, or hurt anybody. So anyway, that's kind of what it's about for us. We seriously consider this a calling from God, and we use what God has given us in storm chasing and the notoriety and all of that to share our faith and to help people. So that's kind of what we're all about.
A passion of ours to make sure that sometimes our channel we're not wild and crazy and sometimes not that exciting, but we want it to be a safe environment for our kids to be able to watch, and so and families be informed. So we've always had that. I mean, we've been tracking storms, Val, since 1988 or so probably over 37 years, and for myself, since about 1996, I joined Val in 1998, we were married in 1999, so we've been tracking tornadoes and severe weather since, all that time for News 9. And it's something that we really hope that when people watch, their whole families can watch and be informed without, profanity and wild and crazy hype. We get excited. I'm not gonna lie. Val gets over here and he just really, his tone gets it changes, we'll just say that. It goes up about 50 notches when he sees a tornado. And in a sense, it is magnificent to see the power of a storm and see it right before your eyes. It's something we can't control. If it's going to happen, we want to be there. But we also, don't do a lot of cussing and yelling and all of that. I have screamed a few times, and I'm sure people probably made fun of us for that, or me. But there's times it gets pretty scary. But overall, we hope that this can be a great place for anyone to have updates. And we can't be on every storm. We can't inform everybody of every situation going on. But if we're on a storm in your area, or if we're parked in your driveway, you can tune in to watch and hopefully be informed. Hey Joey, I want to give a shout out to Joey Jones.
Oh, Joey! Man, Joey, how you doing? Joey, I'll tell you, I don't know, this is probably 10 years ago, but at my church, it's still, we have like 4 buses that go out and pick up kids in Stillwater, and Joey used to ride our bus. We picked him up in Stillwater, took him to church every Sunday, and before they moved, I think they moved to Lubbock, and then moved down to Purcell, and maybe a few other places like that, but Joey's an old friend. Hey Joey, how you doing?
Yeah, we'll never forget Joey. We got to visit him. Where was that? We got to visit Noble?
Where we used to pick him up on the bus?
No, we visited him down in
that was Purcell.
Purcell, yeah. Yeah, that was exciting. We got to go see, years later, got to go see Joey down in Purcell. size indicated 0.75. You see that, Val?
Which storm are we talking about?
The Apache storm.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not seeing anything crazy with it. I'm going to switch radars. It's kind of in that radar hole, so I'm going to switch over to TLX.
Look at the,
So that, it's going to be, the hook part of that is going to be near Fletcher.
look at the storm to the north. To the north of it.
Yeah. I mean, just to note, I mean, there is still a tornado watch out, and stranger things have happened, and so, you know, we're still tracking it. We're not done by any means. Sometimes you'll get a lull in the action, but sometimes you'll get big surprise. We have something we call Metro Magic. Sometimes it seems like when it comes into the Metro, for whatever reason, they'll have a tendency to ramp up. Not saying that's the case at all tonight, but it's happened time and time again. Looks like Chickasha's really getting some hail. I'm not seeing, I'm gonna see if I can find some in-game reports.
live stream here, I just want to say thank you to our sponsor, Belter Roofing. Man, if you're in the Mangamary, your roof is cracked. If you want Belter, you got roof damage from hail, man, give them a call. It doesn't cost anything for them to come out and look at it. They actually are part of the process. My roof in my rent house in Stillwater was affected by the fire. We didn't get our house burned down or anything like that, but the fire was very close. They came out and looked at it, and they're going through the process right now. So they're pros at what they do. That's Belter Roofing.
Wow, we just got another $50 donation. Wow.
Oh my goodness, thank you.
So
Yeah, we got some nice friends. We got some great. I tell you, we got the best live stream viewers. I mean, we did that on Facebook and now on YouTube.
yeah.
We got the best ones of all out there. Nice people.
So Patricia, thank you so much. She says she's new to Oklahoma and came across our channel while learning about severe thunderstorm formation. She wants to know about wind shear and convection and how tornadoes form and any website recommendations.
Okay. I'd have to think about that. I don't really know any right off hand, except for maybe the National Weather Service. The National Weather Service has spotter training guides. What I would do is search on the NWS, especially the Norman site, and see if they've got any online spotter training guides. I've seen those. There's a lot of pictures of storms and tornadoes and all different features in storms. So just searching on that, and I think you might find something.
I've definitely seen that on there with their spotter training. We try, if time allows, we try to explain what we see during a storm chase. Try to explain what you're seeing in the shot. Sometimes it gets a little chaotic when tornadoes form and it's a wild chase, and sometimes I just have to pull my seatbelt tight and hang on. That happened on Andover a couple years ago. That Andover chase was wild, I'll tell you that. There wasn't any time to explain anything. We were just tracking a tornado going through Andover, Kansas, and that was wild and quite surprising too. That was one of those storms we just stuck it out and stuck with it and realized at that point things in Oklahoma were not going to pan out, so we just went off into Kansas and ended up tracking that tornado. Crazy. If I were to elaborate on, storm chase days, that type of thing, we start out, we look at computer models, we look out days in advance, and we look at different long-range models, and the closer you get to a particular event, you start looking at short-term models, and you look at trends, you look at the differences. Not all computer models are the same. Some have different data that they use, and so we try to use an educated guess. We try to pick a target. We're a team player because we have a team of trackers for News 9. Generally, we pick our target for the day and try to make a good guess.
Yeah, it seemed like a little bit earlier it was pretty low, but it has a tendency to go back up where it needs to be. So, I don't know if that was just maybe something Tom was experiencing and I wasn't, but yeah, that's kind of what it was from us. Travis in Mango. Yes. So did you get all of them? I sent quite a few. Cool. That's some serious hail there.
Okay, so you guys are talking about the coverage. I think, yeah, they went off wall to wall just because the storm is weakened. Let me look at radar. So, the storm southwest of Blanchard has some hail with it. Right now it's showing 1 inch, and that's moving towards Newcastle and North Norman. That hail core could move right over Norman. If it stays, if it persists the way it is, I mean, you could have some quarter-size hail, maybe smaller. And that's if it doesn't ramp up anymore. They actually took the severe warning off that storm. So, you know, they're probably anticipating the hail size to come down even further.
Well, I mean,
Norman's going to see hail if it persists, but it is weakening, so I don't think it will be significant.
You know.
Level, center part, stay away from windows. If you're not in a well-constructed building, it's a good idea to prepare in advance to know where you could go. Maybe a friend has a storm shelter. You know, it's not a good idea to try to get in your car and run unless you have enough time on your hands, but a lot of people panic, they get in their cars, they get trapped in traffic, and that's extremely dangerous. Never take shelter under an overpass. That's very dangerous as well. A lot of people try that. If you are caught on the highway, they always say the best place would be to get in a very low ditch. But then you have to worry about flooding and flash flooding and that type of thing. So every situation will be different for sure. But we always say, you know, underground is best, but if you have a safe room in your home, those are good if they're built well.
Hey, I was gonna let Travis in Mango. If you are watching right now, if you're on here on our live stream, I just want to let you know that I sent all your pictures that you sent me of the hail in Mango. I sent them to Lacey at Channel 9. She is going to use them on the morning show tomorrow. So, just want to let you know that. They would have used them maybe at 10 o'clock, maybe not, but they're going to use them in the morning shift. 3 o'clock's already passed, but I just want to let you know, in case you're up and you're watching that they're going to use your pictures, and just want to thank you for sending them to me. That's some incredible hail, and some of those metal roofs, pictures he sent me with big old dents in the metal roofs. That takes a lot to do that. And the car windows just smashed.
So they had dropped the severe warnings on these storms, so that's good news. If you live in the Oklahoma City metro area and you're concerned about these storms, they are weakening, they continue to weaken. If there is any hail, it's going to be very small. You know, we have not seen a lot of wind with these storms. They've been pretty weak overall, even though they were, further southwest, they were supercells and they were rotating. And we saw some areas with very large hail. So there are flash flood warnings in effect for parts of Oklahoma. But I think we're going to see a downward trend with these. Have they talked about the frontal storms in the middle of the night?
Not really. I think we're not going to worry about that unless something crazy happens.
I just wondered if they had talked about the timing.
They talked about tomorrow.
Yeah.
The front ought to be down to maybe Purcell, maybe.
Okay.
So south of Purcell, you have to.
Yeah.
But there will be lots of rainstorms behind them as well.
Yeah.
Not like as severe.
So tomorrow, that's a situation where if you have a north wind, you're going to be in the clear. If you have a south wind or southeast wind and you're ahead of the front, then game on for possibility of tornadoes. So we'll have to watch and see where that front sets up during the prime time, and just see what happens there. And we're looking at the models, and they are showing storms kind of like from Purcell down toward the Lawton area and then southeast from that. But just like Val said, there's going to be storms north of the boundary as well. Not tornadic, of course, but you can get some pretty strong storms riding over that cold air, and some of them could even have hail. So that's weird because they just issued a new thunderstorm warning for the Blanchard storm. So that one is severe again. Probably because showing 1.25-inch hail on radar. And we were talking earlier, sometimes these storms get into an area that, maybe higher dew points, warmer air, who knows, but they might have a tendency to strengthen. So, look at velocity. I don't see any shear with it, so I don't see any tornado threat. I just see southwest of Blanchard may have some smaller hail. Basically, the warning is for 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-size hail.
So that's basically, that's low end, marginal severe.
Definitely low end severe on that. If you live in Chickasha, you're getting some heavy rain, maybe some very small hail. That storm is not severe. So a lot of people are going to wake up quite a bit of lightning still with these cells. So you're going to have lightning, thunder, but the tornado threat is very, very low. west of Alva. And this lady, I don't know, I guess we had made a joke about being hungry, but she went to Alva and bought an entire huge bag of McDonald's hamburgers and tracked us down. Like, she watched our video and saw all the county roads, and she figured out where we were, and she hunted us down like a major stalker. And then she stopped us, and then, I mean, she gifted us a huge bag of hamburgers. I mean, it was the sweetest thing I've ever seen. Like, she was so thoughtful and, you know, just really wanted to be a blessing. And so that was something I'll never forget either. It's just really kind. But, yeah, the people of Oklahoma are certainly great, certainly wonderful. Anyway, usually when we don't have food, it's our own fault for not preparing. You know, we get busy and I don't know, you just go to a gas station and nothing looks good when you're there, and then you leave and you're wishing you would have bought that, you know, that container of boiled eggs or whatever.
about expenses involved in storm chasing, you know, and how expensive it is with trucks, and we drive pretty expensive trucks, you know, put lots and lots of miles on them and pretty hard wear and tear. So I've got a couple of sponsors. I mean, Delta Roofing is my main sponsor, and they've been really, really good to us, and we're so appreciative to have them. We also have another sponsor that works on my truck, and that is New Age Diesel in Oklahoma City. And let me tell you, they know diesel motors. They know diesel trucks. They do a great job. And so anytime, you know, I have something wrong, you know, we've got a deal worked out. They get they do a certain amount for us and take care of us and what we need. Like tomorrow, I'm going to take it down. They're going to do an oil change. Let's see, I had an exhaust leak. They fixed that a couple of weeks ago, actually about a week ago or so. They also put a leveling kit on the truck so that I can fit 37-inch tires. So that's New Age Diesel. They're one of our sponsors. Also, we have Southern Tire Mart in Oklahoma City. And man, I'll tell you what, they've been really, really good to us with tires. And they supply our tires. And that's a huge blessing. And they don't balk at it. When I say I need something more, they do it, and they do it fast. Like today, before we went out on the chase, I had ordered some new tires and also had some new wheels shipped right to them. And they dropped what they were doing, and they put the tires on, and we had a little bit of difficulties because there was some rubbing going on the fenders. They had to do some trimming on bumper and kind of on the indicator fenders and stuff like that. But these tires I put on, they are Toyo. I usually use full empty tires, and the reason I do that is for two reasons. Number one is in heavy rain, they really channel the water out well, and they do the best of anything when it comes to hydroplaning. And number two is the mud, like you saw tonight. I mean, Tom got stuck. I mean, it's possible that we could have got stuck too if we were out in the mud, but these tires were awesome. They were strong enough to pull him out. He got good enough traction. So that's why I use MTs. But Toyo is making a new tire they just came out with. It's called the Open Country RT Pro, and it's a hybrid tire. So it's a hybrid between an all-terrain and a mud tire, and it's close to a mud tire, like a trail tire. So it's very aggressive tread. Probably wears better than an MT. Probably going to last longer. I'm probably going to get more mileage out of it. It's actually a little quieter on the road, and today, driving with those tires, I had no issues with going through deep water, pulling to one side, or whatever. So, anyway, that's a couple of our sponsors. We also have in Stillwater A+ Glass that takes care of my windshield, and they do a great job as well. And I'm going to have to go see him sometime pretty soon because I got a big crack. Yeah, right there. See that crack in the windshield right there? So we also have Bob Hurley RV, and they're another one of our big sponsors here. And man, I'll tell you what, I am super impressed. We just had them now for just about 1 year, and they're very good sponsors. They've used us on commercials. We do television commercials for them, which is a lot of fun. I mean, we really like it. And they also have let us use an RV a time or two, so we like that. So what we're also going to do is we're also going to open up some space. I'm building a new truck. I don't know what's going to happen. So we're having some problems with the old Storm truck. It's a 2019 F-250. We've got some issues with it, so we're going to put a new motor in it. It's got a brand new transmission. Alright, I mean, and this transmission is a performance transmission. the Randy transmission. And I mean, it hasn't got very many miles. It's built to handle 800 horsepower, I believe. So it's a tough, strong transmission. We're fixing to put a motor in it. And as soon as we put the motor in it, I'm just going to go ahead and sell it. I'm taking most of the stuff off of it. And what I'm chasing in now, this might be hard to believe, but it is an F450, 21 model F450. And so when I say we got tires, we got 6 tires of Southern Tire Mart, and they're 37. And I'll tell you what, this thing looks mean. We're not going to lift it. We're going to keep it as low as we can, big enough to fit the tires under it. But man, it looks impressive right now. We just got those on. We haven't got wrapped or anything. But so far I'm liking it, and we're still leaving it a dually right now. And so just to let you know what we're going to be doing with future sponsors, we're going to open up space on the truck for advertising and for decals to be put on the truck. So anybody that might be interested in that, that's open. And we're going to start letting everybody know that that's what we're doing on that. But if we have some time to talk about it, I just let everybody know about our sponsors, about our truck situation. This is probably going to be the coolest truck I think I've ever had. And definitely the strongest truck. One thing I really like about the F450, I know it's heavy, it rides a little bit on the rough side, but these tires today, I'm telling you, they really help. It smooths it out a lot. But the one thing I really like about the F450 is the front axle is what they call a wide track axle, and it has incredibly good turning radius. I mean, it'll do circles around my F250. It'll turn a whole lot sharper, even though it's a long bed. So anyway, that helps. Being able to turn around quickly, on a small road, helps a whole lot. And we also have me and my boys have a mowing business that we run, and we use it for towing heavy trailers as well. So we got a skid steer. We also do skid steer work, and this is aside from storm chasing. So yeah, this time of year we're pretty busy. So we've done mowing now for the last 2.5 years. Saved up enough money to buy a skid steer. We are we're getting into doing that kind of work. So if you have any like cedar tree removal, anything like that, we're accumulating attachments to do that kind of stuff.
So the storm, I just wanted to give a radar update. One southwest of Blanchard, west of Dibble, is showing 3-inch hail.
Good grief, really?
Yeah. It is severe. The track on it is moving more east. It's kind of taking a right turn. I don't see any rotation, like low-level rotation with it. It's like just a massive hail producer. See an MP report with it. Kind of halfway in between Chickasha and Dibble, there was a ping pong ball size report. 1.5 inch.
I wonder if we ought to run down to Norman and get a Hedrick. What do you think?
Depends on if you want a windshield intact for tomorrow.
Yeah.
Well, it's moving east, so it looks like it's going to be like Slaughterville, Purcell, if it stays on that track. I don't know. I'm looking at it in motion. I don't know. The track is showing east, but it still looks like it's going northeast to me.
That's what I was thinking. Maybe we can switch over 35.
Are they talking about it again?
Yeah, they are talking about it.
Okay.
That's the main thing they're talking about.
So we're going to move east to I-35.
Hey, Justin, we've got off on 149th, and I think we're going to head to 35 and maybe drop south. You think that's advisable? And go south towards Norman? Or do you want us going somewhere else? Well, that's okay. So that one with the hail, I mean, there's nothing any good east of me, but the one with the hail, I mean, should we be targeting that one or not? Oh, okay. Okay. Well, maybe we should forget about it. Right. It said it's racing east at 50. So we'd never catch it. Good grief. It's got to be high based. Man. Okay.
It's on the move.
Never mind. I probably need my windshield for tomorrow anyway. Well, when we get to 35, we'll just head. Back. Let's just go.
Where are you gonna go? Oh.
Like that.
Yeah, I think it's gonna miss Norman to the south. I mean, if it is really going east, it still looks like it's going northeast to me, but
I thought he was on an IFB or something. Because I never heard him either. back to the storms. We're going to stay on here long enough, as long as these storms are still a threat. And right now, the threat seems to be hail. And there's no tornado threat at the moment. We don't really see anything that looks like it's ramping up for tornadoes, but man, there is some hail. So now we're talking about a storm coming at Shawnee with hail, maybe golf ball size hail, possibly. So you people in Shawnee, keep that in mind. Tecumseh maybe as well. That looks good.
I didn't know that was in here.
Also, you know, Norman, there's a storm going over Norman right now, and I'm seeing, let's see, reports. Let's see what size hail is coming out of Norman. I don't really see anything really big, pea-size hail. All I'm seeing is pea-size reports in Norman. Have you seen anything bigger than that in Norman?
No.
Okay. You know, I don't say this enough. You know, as long as I'm in the thanking mood tonight, it seems like I'm thanking everybody. But I want to thank my wife, Amy. She does a fantastic job, and I don't always say it, but she does a great job reading the radar, helping me out, spotting. I don't think I can do all this without her. So, thank you, sweet wife. She does a great job. I'm not just trying to score brownie points either.
I'm gonna eat all your beef jerky.
Yeah, we got a whole package of beef jerky here that we're gonna be munching on all the way home. Jeremy is in Goldsby right now. Oh, bigger than golf balls in Goldsby. Bigger than golf balls.
Oh, wow. That hail core might skirt the very far south side of Norman. Very possible. So if you live very far south of Norman, especially south of the river, and maybe also eventually over to Noble, between Noble and Norman, you might just be prepared for big hail.
Okay, so we're going to go ahead and turn off the live stream. I think it's time to call it a night on that. One thing we want to keep you kind of updated on, and just kind of remember there could be some storms in the middle of the night. Don't know how severe they're going to be, but looks like to me there's a front coming in to the north. So these storms might be northwest Oklahoma, north central Oklahoma. So if you live up there, keep that in mind. Also, tomorrow is another severe weather day. Looks like especially the southern half of the state. So we'll have to see where it all sets up, but the front looks like it's going to come down at least to Oklahoma City, maybe Purcell. And then most severe storms are going to be down there along that front south. So anyway, just keep that in mind, and we'll be out tomorrow as well. And thank you for watching. We appreciate it. We'll see you tomorrow, hopefully.